you said you were going to have a new Vector shortly in the S4B. Have you got one?
Let me see how they're doing.
Okay, it's about that time.
Flight Fido.
Go, Fido.
Okay, the people are chasing down a problem. They're estimating now about another 30 minutes at least.
don't think so. Timmy's coughing. He sounds awful. No, I didn't plan it. Okay. I thought that was the last thing you said. How you doing? Huh? Oh, they're sleeping. Uh-huh. That's good. Get your rest. Everything look okay? Good. That's good. Well, we'll see you about noon. Okay. Bye-bye.
Fido from Flight.
Flight, Fido.
Are you using the descent planning table for some reason?
Yeah. We're checking the DOI. What we're doing is we're playing around with the mid-course to zero out the RDOT during DOI.
Okay.
Okay.
Because those numbers look amazingly like the last time I looked at it, which was several hours ago.
Yeah, and there have been 3 updates.
I was just wondering if somebody might have just left the doggone display.
This is Apollo Control Houston at 20 hours, 22 minutes. Now to the flight of Apollo 13. Our display now shows Apollo 13 spacecraft at 90,380 nautical miles away from Earth, continuing to slow down. Its velocity presently reading 5,843 feet per second. Meanwhile, in the mission control, one of our multi-purpose countdown clocks shows that the Apollo 13 crew has 2 hours 37 minutes remaining in their rest period. We're at 20 hours 23 minutes into the flight, and this is Apollo Control Houston. This is Apollo Control Houston. We wish to make an announcement that the Rider Pool meeting, this is a Rider Pool for the Mission Operations Control Room, is getting underway at the present time in the small auditorium in Building 1. This is Apollo Control Houston.
flight, Fido.
Go, Fido.
Okay, the selects have given us another update on the S4B. It changes things drastically. The new numbers are a latitude of 8 plus 35 south, 33 plus 54 west.
33.54.
No, that's plus 54, 33 degrees, 54 minutes.
That isn't bad. 3 degrees further west and 2 degrees further north. I'm surprised it's that consistent, if you want the truth.
Yeah, well, right now we got a problem. We don't know about the quality of the Madrid data. Okay, they're working through all sorts of verification on that. We should have an answer shortly. I think the interesting thing at this point, though, is that even though the booster is tumbling, we are not getting any data dropouts, which says that time should straighten this out and give us a consistent solution.
Okay. Why don't you get them to plot that up in channel 64? Who's doing that plotting in back?
I don't know. I don't know who controls 64.
Yeah, why don't you just leave the old dots on there when you plot it and put a time on it and the vector? Be interesting, because I think if you plot these things, you're going to find they're going to localize, and I think you're going to be pretty confident you're somewhere in that area.
Yeah, I'm plotting them down on the console. I don't know who's controlling 64.
Procedures, can you tell me who's got the opaque count of channel 64? Is that booster back there?
64?
I don't think so.
Just a second. Flight procedures.
Go procedures.
That's in the vehicle systems SSR. It's the television number 1. I'll have to find out exactly.
Hey, I'll tell you what, since nobody's back there plotting it, why don't you take it back into the flight director SSR and plot these points for us? Get your procedures number 2 guy back there to do it. They'll have about one every 6 to 8 hours, so I don't think it'll be too bad.
Okay.
Get one of your backroom guys to do it.
Okay.
Fido, you got an impact time to go with that target point there?
Firm flight 775132. It's about 2 minutes later than the last solution.
It's very interesting. Network from flight. Flight network. Any further joy on the honeysuckle computer? Negative, flight. You know, flight controllers, we're about 1 hour from shift handover, so you might start summarizing the shift in your notes. GNC from flight. GNC. For a 23.1 foot per second mid-course correction, what's the burn time on the SPS? Take about a minute or so, flight. Okay. see, while you're working on that, can you give me your drift on all three axes, iRig? What you're seeing from a standpoint of drift?
Roger, Flight. We can give you the values at the last piece of it.
Okay, why don't you give them to me?
Okay, X was minus 1.6 megaroot.
So?
Y minus 1.5.
So?
Z plus 1.2.
Okay, thank you. Econ from Flight.
Flight Econ.
Have you drawn any conclusions in the suit pressure transducer? Do you call it erratic by definition or biased?
I sure hate to commit myself. It sure looks like it's biased right now.
Okay.
But
It looks like it's pretty constant, about 8/10 now, isn't it?
yeah, but if there's something that's making it be biased, like some particle or something, that particle could break loose.
Yeah, I agree. How about your glycol flow? Do you feel you've got a transducer shift there?
I just couldn't say, Flight.
Okay.
Last mission, we read about 10 pounds an hour higher, and the mission before that was about 20 pounds an hour higher. So it could be just the transducer. The loop temps look just fine. Nominal.
Okay. What was the delta you saw? How much lower is it than you've seen before? Sorry?
Say again, Flight. I was off a little.
How much lower than normal is that?
The suit?
No, the glycol.
Oh, the glycol flow. Well, as I told you, Flight, last mission we read about 220 pounds an hour flow, and the mission before that was 230 to 240. That was on Apollo 11.
Yeah, what are you reading now?
So it depends what mission you're talking about. And it did read low on the pad, I'm reminded.
Okay. How many PSI or pounds is 1 PCM count?
Oh, let me check that for you.
Flight GNC.
Go GNC.
Olivetti said that'll take 3.48 seconds.
That's a nice burn time. Thank you.
Flight Econ.
Go.
It's just a little less than 3 pounds an hour for one count.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control Houston at 21 hours, 21 minutes. Now into the flight of Apollo 13. Apollo 13 is now 93,640 nautical miles away from Earth. Its velocity now reading 5,699 feet per second. There's 1 hour, 38 minutes remaining for the rest period of Jim Lovell, Jack Schweikert, and Fred Hayes. Based on Madrid tracking of the S-4B, we're presently predicting a point of impact of 8 degrees, 35 minutes south, 33 degrees, 54 minutes west, at a ground elapsed time of 77 hours, 51 minutes, 32 seconds. These are very early numbers and subject to considerable refinement through further tracking. We're at 21 hours, 22 minutes, and continuing to monitor. This is Apollo Control Houston.
Procedures from flight.
Flight procedures.
Raj, what channel is going to be this magic S-4B impact now that Fendel's moved it?
I'll have to find out, Gene.
Okay.
I'll call
I
back.
got something at channel 64, but it isn't what I've been looking at before.
Well, it was on a 64, and I went back and got it and put it under ours, which is 61, and I'm not sure what it is now. I'll have to find out what's in the LSEP room.
Okay, well, we got one in 64 now, and we got one in 61. Is there one in the LSEP room now, too?
Apparently that's the only one that's going to be updated.
Okay.
From what Ed said. I'll call back and see.
Okay.
Flight booster?
Go, booster.
The one on 64, I just took a look at it and put that arrow up there.
Okay, what I wanted to do is, since we had, and aren't going to have you guys in for the whole mission, we ought to put it somewhere like back in the LSEP room where they'll be keeping track of it for us as we get new vectors in. So
this is a pretty good map to keep it on there.
Yeah, have you looked at 61? We got your old one in 61, and that isn't too bad.
Yeah, I believe you. Not a sound. In fact, I got up real early this morning, was staring at the flight plan, and noticed he was sleeping the loon.
That's right. That's noon here, 1 at the Cape.
Yeah.
Right, this one on 64 is blown up quite a bit. The circle that that burn point is sitting right on now is a 200-kilometer circle.
Raj.
Yes.
I'll tell you what,
wonderful.
Booster, if you want to stay in for the rest of the mission, you can keep that up for us.
But I guess that was a long day.
Okay, Frank, you volunteered, right?
Oh, well, that's good to hear. I didn't hear anybody say that. Yeah. I had a night. Well, fine, this will work out great. Just about the time we get back from church, they'll be getting up. Say, what were the heartbeats on launch? Somebody asked, but they didn't even say this time, did they? Do you know offhand? I was just curious. Somebody asked me, and I said, yeah, I hadn't even heard. And I was just wondering, yeah. Yeah. Didn't show much excitement then, really, did they? No. Yes. Probably so. My goodness, they haven't gotten that much sleep in quite a while. Okay, well, thanks so much, Jack, for calling. I appreciate it. Bye.
procedures?
Go.
For right now, channel 61 is still good. I'm not sure where they're moving it.
Okay.
Flight booster.
Go, booster.
Yeah, they're both saying the same thing.
Yeah, I agree.
We didn't realize that somebody was updating that, so we just came in and updated the one we had there.
Fly retro.
Go ahead.
Fly retro.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I want to let you know I'm still working on this problems out in the liftoff plus 25 and liftoff plus 35 areas. We have some solutions, and in a few more minutes I'll be able to come up to you with some data, talk about them.
Okay.
Flight network.
Go ahead.
We lost transmit capability on nets 4 and 6, which means that we have no command capability to Madrid at the present time. We're reconfiguring, coming up with some new nets to Madrid.
You got an ATO?
They're presently coming up with some make-good circuits. We'll get back to you as soon as we have some word on it.
Okay.
Flight network.
Go ahead.
We've got transmit capability back to Madrid.
Okay.
Flight guns.
Go ahead.
Seek the cruiser weight they're fooling with at Disky.
Okay.
Flight network.
Go ahead.
Since there's some questions as to what circuits we did lose to Madrid, we're going to have ComTech do a voice check on net 1 just to show we've got net 1 to Madrid.
Okay, what capability have we got right now?
Madrid
It
contact.
appears we've
Houston
got all
contact net 1.
capability to Madrid restored. We had
Madrid
lost
contact.
transmit on
Roger,
net
voice
2,
check,
5,
read you
and
loud
6.
and clear. I'll read you loud and clear.
Okay.
Net 1 check was good.
Okay, all positions, I assume that the next team has taken over, whatever of the multi-colors it may be. I don't recognize anybody down there in the trench, but, okay. We got an hour to wake up, so in a couple of minutes I'd like to go around the room and discuss all the current subjects just to be sure that everybody knows what they all are and that the proper action, whatever it may be, is being taken in the right places. So, would you all go amber and then go green when you feel you've handed over from your partner and are ready to talk?
This is Apollo Control Houston at 21 hours 55 minutes since liftoff. Apollo 13 is presently 95,511 nautical miles out from Earth and now traveling at a speed of 5,620 feet per second. In Mission Control Center, we're now experiencing a changeover in flight control teams. The Lunny team has reported aboard, replacing Gene Kranz's team of flight controllers. At the capsule communicator position, Joe Kerwin is in now in place of Jack Lausma. For the entire shift, we had no contact with the crew as they were in a rest period. Jack Lausma, although he served as our capsule communicator, can be distinguished by the fact he had absolutely nothing to say over the loop this morning. We're at 21 hours, 56 minutes into the flight, and this is Apollo Control, Houston.
Fido, are you all handed over down there? Retro?
Fido, Retro, we have not handed over yet. Working on some problems with some bad weather in the recovery zones for the liftoff 25 and liftoff 35 cases.
I got that, but are you all handed over from your partner so we can get this team briefing going on?
Not yet.
How long will you
will
be?
shortly, about 5 minutes.
Okay. Guidance flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Is Russell going to be in today? Will?
Negative.
When do Russell and Reed show up here again?
Flight for mid-course 4.
Mid-course 4, they come in at 65 hours.
All right. Tomorrow. Hell, that's tomorrow morning. I want to get them together with John Young, and John's only going to be here during the day, I think.
We can call him and get him in here this afternoon.
Well, I'd rather see what we can do about scheduling sometime when I can be around. But they've been putting me off on a discussion, and now they don't show up.
Oh,
They're on a different shift.
They'll probably wander in today sometime.
Oh, you do? You think they might?
Yeah.
Okay. Flight, are you handed over down there?
Roger, Flight, we're just running some things out here. Flight Retro, we've handed over
You
here.
want to give me a green light if you hand it over here? I'm only waiting on Ecom now on network. Come on, Ecom, you anywhere near done there? Hey. All I had to do was ask.
Roger on that.
Okay, can I get everybody on the net for a while we talk about what we're going to do today? We got the trench up with me?
Roger, Flight.
Booster, you there?
Roger, Flight.
Surgeon, Capcom is there. Ecom, GNC.
Roger, Flight.
Back row here. Nods. Okay. Okay, for today's activity, we have, after the wake up, we have the usual things after wake up, and then we have a discussion of the launch vehicle systems debriefing, for which some questions have been provided, and I'll let everybody talk about these items as I come around. We have a mid-course later on today that there's been a fair amount of planning for, and it's a little bit bigger than what's in the book. It's 8 feet a second or thereabouts bigger, and it'll be done with SBS, I assume. With P-23 work, and apparently today we're going to take some pictures of the Comet Bennett, or is it the Bennett Comet?
Either way, Flight.
Okay, and they're the only significant flight plan activities that I know about. Have I missed any, Spence? I'll let you talk about them in detail when I come around.
Okay.
Have I missed anything?
No, that's the major items.
Okay, let me start down at the bottom there, physically anyway, the bottom. Booster, Frank, you want to talk a little bit about what's going on in your area?
Okay, we have gotten 2 additional questions besides what are in the flight plan, and they've been passed around.
I read the questions. I have a question about one of them. I assume that one question has to do with 90 seconds prior to TLI cutoff rather than prior to TLI. Is that correct?
Let me get out my questions here, Flight. Don't have them right in front of me. Okay.
Flight Capcom, I'd like to have those questions.
That was my next question, Joe. Do you have them?
Dynamic stuff.
Flight Booster.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's prior to cutoff.
Okay, would you give a copy of those to the Capcom, please?
Sure will.
And I have my remark is that I'm sure Jim's going to ask you what you know about the S2 engine. What are you prepared to tell him today?
Well, right now, just a few minutes ago, I touched base with Huntsville again, and they don't have any additional words other than the potential vibration problem, which we talked about before.
Do you think that's appropriate to mention to him?
Well, we'll know probably, at least I'll have some more info probably in about an hour or so.
Okay, I would like you to write up if anything that you want said to him, and if you just want to leave it that we're looking at the data and don't know, okay, but that sounds kind of...
The last word that we had yesterday was that the best guess was it was a vibration problem, but they really wouldn't know until they're able to get all the FM data and really get down and take a good look at it. And I don't know if they've had a chance to do that yet.
Okay, well you'll answer that question for me then, huh?
Right.
Flight FAO.
Go ahead.
We'd like to include those 2 questions that we know are going to change on this flight plan update this morning.
Fine. Frank, booster flight?
I've already talked with them about it.
Okay, you got it then?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Flight, I don't know of any other additional questions at this time. There may be some that come up.
Okay. And during the course of this, if Jim says anything that jogs anybody that they want to expand on, you'll let us know that, right?
Right.
Okay. Frank, your telemetry has gone off, right?
That's correct.
And we're still tracking, but it's tumbling. Is that right?
We're out of control and very slow tumble rate.
Are we still able to successfully track it? Maybe I should ask Fido.
Roger, Flight. We're still picking up data on it and getting in a new vector every 2 to 4 hours.
Okay.
We have seen an anomaly in the tracking data about 3 hours ago. It looked like a little delta V from somewhere. And that's about the only...
I guess that wouldn't surprise me too much, Booster. Something's liable to vent, isn't it?
Well, we thought we'd completely safed it. That is, dumped all the high-pressure spheres and vented the tanks down to 0. It looked, that corresponds to about the time when we feel like we lost our platform and went out of control. I don't know if that could explain it, but that's about the same time frame. It's hard to see a connection there, but...
Okay. Okay, so is there anything else you want brought to our attention? We'll continue to work on the impact point, and I'm sure that FAO, are you getting estimates at impact point and seeing what revs that makes it available?
Roger, flight, and it looks like it's going to be very difficult to get. It's going the wrong direction.
It's on the west side, isn't it,
right.
which makes it bad for lighting?
That's right.
Okay. Fido, if you can make it go the other direction, we'll be able to get it. You smiled, okay? South and west of target, okay? Of nominal. Okay, anything else, Frank?
Not right now, Frank.
Okay, retro?
Go ahead, Flight.
You go ahead.
Okay, the only problem I have, Flight, is bad weather with 2 block data maneuvers. One of the maneuvers involves mid-course 2, which we will be doing at the end of the shift. And we have a plan for what to do with the 2 block data maneuvers, and I'll come to you later in the
They're what, TLI plus 25 and 35?
Liftoff plus 25 and 35. 25-hour GET aboard and 35-hour GET
Okay,
aboard.
tell me what you're doing. You're moving the target point somewhere?
Moving the target eastward by about 10 degrees.
Okay. And when will we have those? When do they go up?
Well, they're already on board, Flight, and I will have them within 30 minutes to an hour.
Well, what's already on board?
Through 60 hours GET.
No, I mean...
To the MPL.
Okay, so, and that's what you're changing?
To 10 degrees east of there, that's
okay,
right.
And you'll have those in an hour?
30 minutes to an hour, Roger.
Okay. Understand that, Joe? You're going to have to change the numbers on board.
On the TFM?
On the... No, not the TFM, the board...
It's the P-37 pads.
Oh, sure. The P-37 pads. Yeah. Anything else, Bob?
No.
In the retro area?
Negative, that's
okay, Fido?
Okay, Flight. We've just taken a recent update on the CSM. We're looking at right now a closest approach of about 254 miles. Our mid-course is holding real solid. The nominal time will be looking at about 23 feet a second. You know, everything, all of the maneuvers downstream from there look real good.
What direction is the maneuver in?
Stand by, Flight. Let me pull it up here for you. Generally retrograde flight, which is as expected.
Generally retrograde, okay.
And then
draw me a little picture sometime today when you have time, okay?
Okay, we'll do, Flight.
And that'll put our parasynthian down at 60?
Roger, Flight.
Exactly 60, or is it something?
It comes out to be 60.0, 60.2.
Okay.
We have some options there on the targeting, but we're trying to keep parasynthian as close to 60 as we can to help out the LOI-DOI combinations there.
Okay. Just for curiosity, is there any explanation why it's different to nominal, or is this the noise level?
I haven't heard, Flight, possibly very slight dispersions like a TLI. I'll talk to the mid-course people and see if they have any ideas.
Okay. And what's our return time on the current trajectory? What's our GET back to Earth on the one we're on?
Stand by, Flight. I'll have to talk to Retro on that because it isn't a free return. Let me look here.
Good.
Okay, while they're talking guidance, how about you?
The only thing I've got is to update TFM in there for the raceable load, and I've given the data to FAO, and he'll include that in the flight plan update.
Okay, got it, Spence. Thank you. Anything else, Will?
Negative, that's all.
We've been taking P-23. People have been getting the data and looking at it. We're not going to do any updating of the Del H, though, are we?
I haven't heard of any flight, and I can't find any mention of that in notes, so I guess we'll wait and see what...
Well, they wouldn't take it on the first couple sets anyway.
Right.
Okay, anything else?
Flight, negative, that's all fine.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Flight retro, the return time is 154 hours right now without a mid-course.
Okay.
That's not free return. That's not vacuum.
Right, but it's close, presumably.
Yeah,
that's in the ballpark of,
yep.
of landing time.
Yeah. Okay. So, Fido, 23 foot a second. Everything is about as you expected. The tracking's been well behaved, has it?
Right, Flight. We're no problems at all down here that I can see. We're still chasing that S4B thing a little bit, but nothing major.
I assume you'll continue to do that.
Roger that, Flight.
And you might
might start getting an IP a map that shows the predicted IPs annotated, you know, with the vector, somehow describe that.
We've got one down here, fine.
Okay.
We've been keeping it.
I guess I'd like to get a copy of that sometime today.
Okay, we'll keep you posted on that.
Okay, let me come up a row. GNC?
Okay, Blank. I believe the only item that you probably have there is the PT transducer and quad delta, and it appears to be doing all the right things now. And I believe you had an explanation, or we made an explanation to you, the last flight director on that particular item.
I didn't get it, or else
okay.
I read it fast and
well, it was biased a little bit. Appeared to be reading a little inaccurate during high usage periods. And it's now that we've settled down a little bit, it appears to be reading real close. So there isn't any problem with any instrumentation at this time.
Okay.
And we're waiting on the results of the next P-52, or the next couple of P-52s, to see what we want to do with our compensation for our gyros.
Okay. Will you decide that today, do you think?
We're going to talk about it.
Okay.
We haven't fully decided on that yet.
Okay.
And
I saw the budgets up on a little while ago on the channel, but I lost them. What channel are they on? RCS budget?
65. We got the PTC.
Okay. That shows how it went off the first time, and it's behaving pretty well now, is it not?
Yes. It's real good.
Okay.
The budget in a nutshell for the RCS is we're just slightly above the flight plan predicted. We appear to be good shape on all quads.
Okay, and I read that we watched the helium absorption again. It settled down the ox tank and everything's normal.
Affirmed.
Okay. Next time you update that RCS thing, let me see it, okay? Just call my attention.
Okay, we're due for a consumables update here at the 23 hours, so we'll get you some deltas at that time.
Okay. Anything else for us?
Negative.
Okay, Ecom, how about you?
Right, we have 3 or 4 things we'll mention here. I'm not sure you were aware of it, but early yesterday we had a shift, or at least a erratic suit pressure indication.
Yeah, I read that here. Go ahead.
Okay, we note that to be anywhere from 0.5, 0.8 psi difference.
Low, isn't it?
Low, and we're watching that one.
But you got other data and everything's really okay.
Raj, cabin pressure is, well, it should be consistent with cabin pressure.
Okay. Which suit is just general?
That's general suit pressure, right. Okay, on the cryo margins, we are looking good. On the hydrogen side, we have a margin of about 1.4. In O2, we have a margin of 79. So we look good there.
How does this compare to nominal? You mean above nominal?
Above the red lines. We are essentially doing as we predicted from the point where we started the mission. And
you mean you're right on nominal? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying the usage rate is about nominal, but from the red lines we have margins of 1.4 for the hydrogen and 79 for the oxygen.
Yeah. What's the red line and hydrogen this time based on?
That's based on the amount required to do the mission.
All right.
Okay, and we will be giving you an update on those once we stir the cryo system after the crew is up and around here. Okay, we completed a BAT-B charge. We got a full charge back in that battery. Looked like the charger operation was nominal. We will be charging battery A during the day today.
Okay.
Okay, we had a water dump, which went well. We have another one scheduled about 30:20.
Okay. What do we dump it to? 25?
25. Okay. Fuel cell purging up this point is doing fine. We really haven't seen any indication of changes in the characteristics of the fuel cell operation after these purges, which is indicative of good cryo.
We figured we had that anyway, right?
Right. Okay, we have noted that compared to other vehicles, the glycol flow rate is somewhat lower, maybe in instrumentation here. just not real sure about that one. But
the loops all look good, right?
The loop looks good, and it's holding steady about where it is. So we don't really feel like there's a problem there.
How much lower is it?
It's about 10 pounds per hour.
Out of how many?
Of about 235, 240.
Okay.
Well, on one mission we saw it up that high. Last mission I believe is about 220, 225.
I just want to get the ballpark. Okay.
Okay. The familiar old oscillating TCE thing, and really oscillating is the wrong word here. The little glitching in the condenser temperature for fuel cell 3 is with us. We're looking at about a 1.5 degrees shift in that periodically.
But it's happening more frequently, isn't it? Every 70 seconds?
About every 70 seconds, right.
In previous missions, we've seen it every 200?
Oh, anywhere up to about 6 minutes. We have seen it vary. But this is lower than what we've seen the previous time. We think it's probably related to the additional current for fuel cell 3 over what we've seen before.
Yeah, this time we got fuel cell 3 on one rather than across them.
No. We got fuel cell 3 on main bus B, which says it's taking a little more than it should. It used to be on B, but it's on B alone now, where fuel cell 2 was.
Right. 1 and 2 are in A.
Right. So it's probably producing a little more water and changing the characteristics of the condenser and resulting in a little shift in the time for this.
Okay, have we got that on a strip chart so that we got all that data?
Right, we do have that, and I can show that to you later if you want to. It looks about like it did before, really, with the exception of the frequency.
Okay.
Okay, the average power during the night was about as expected, is about 65 amps, and it'd probably be 70 or 72 during the day here. Okay, we will be looking for a canister change shortly here. And I believe that just about wraps it up here.
Okay. I don't have any questions, Clint.
Okay.
Capcom?
Okay, I guess I'd like to have the consumables update in summary form so I can pass it to the crew.
One comment here, Flight.
Wait a minute, Clint. You and GNC are getting a consumable update in the flight plan form, right?
Well, that's what I wanted to comment on. If we can get them to stir the cryo first, we can give them a better update.
Okay. Okay, Joe?
Yeah, I guess so. Give them a preliminary number, and we'll update it later on if we need to. Okay? Okay. I wonder if we want to tell the crew the preliminary S4B impact point, and if so,
Capcom, you sound awful funny. Is your mic near your mouth? Sounds like you're talking across a different mic almost.
It wasn't close enough to my mouth.
Oh, okay.
I'd like to tell the crew the preliminary S4B impact point and time, if I could get the latest update on that from Booster.
Okay. Oh, well, Fido'll have it for you. Fido, Flight?
Okay.
Would you give him a little piece of paper describing it? He's not listening. Fido, Flight?
Go ahead, Flight.
The Capcom would like a preliminary S4B, IP, and GET.
Okay, I'll get him the best one we have right now.
Fine. Just put it on a paper and give me a copy.
You bet.
Anything else, Joe?
Yeah, one other item. Mike Wash suggested yesterday an additional question to ask the crew during the launch vehicle debriefing, which I think is a good one, and it is, we want to know what the ordeal ball looked like during the TLI burn. Mike gave him an update to that ordeal setting based on the way the S4B was performing in the deadband, and we'd like to check on whether that was a good update.
It's all right with me.
Okay. That's all I got.
Okay, Surgeon?
Right. Flight, we're in good shape. We had a crew status report last night at 12:08 GET in which no medications were reported. We had no indication of any in-flight motion sickness. And we, based on our biomedical data, which we think was on Fred Hayes last night, we've got 7.5 hours of good sleep. So it'll be interesting to see how that compares with the crew's estimate. It might be a wise flight for us in the future to have the crew, Capcom, query the crew tactfully as to who's going to assume the watch, because we have 3 EKGs that are very similar here, and we'd sure like to get confirmation of who's
Okay. Why don't you ask that every evening?
Right, we could do that. I'd like to make that SOP if we could with Capcom to do that.
Suits us, John, but remind us.
We'll do.
Yeah, I think that's right. We're liable to forget
Very
it.
good.
Okay.
Otherwise, we're clean flight. We don't have anything to talk about.
You want us to ask who was on the...
Yeah, that would be kind if you would today.
Okay.
When Joe makes his initial call up.
Okay.
Fine, thank you.
Anything else? Anything else, Doctor? Assume no. Procedures, Inco?
Nothing, Flight.
Say again?
Nothing, Flight.
Okay, you've been, what have we been on here? Switching on these? How you been doing on the high bit rate?
Yeah, we've been switching between the Omnis and little low and little high bit rate. Everything looks pretty good.
Yeah, I'm looking at a display, but I see an awful lot of sunflower on it.
Yeah, we haven't got anything right now.
Why not?
I think I may have not have got the Omni at the right time, but it should be coming back around in a second.
All right. Anything else over there? Any problems with the systems?
No, all the systems look good, Flight.
Okay. AFD?
Nothing, Flight.
FAL?
I've got 3 questions now for the update to the crew for the launch vehicle debrief and a checklist change on the TFM, and that's all the flight plan updates that I've got at the present time. We're not going to update them on the Comet bin until a little bit later. We need to get some exposure times, verify some exposure times yet, and we'll do that with Tony England when he gets enough data to verify.
These are the exposure times what for the Comet
That's
pictures?
right.
What do they take those with?
They take those with the dim light film on in the DAC attached to the sextant.
Okay.
And this thing requires a stable vehicle, and we've got it scheduled just before we start PTC.
Do we have some pointing data to give?
We will have some pointing data, yes, sir.
Okay.
And we'll just stop the race just like we did for PTC, and then we can take the pictures.
Good. Anything else, Spence?
The only thing on this S4B, the last prediction we heard that was written down in our log on the impact point puts it somewhere about the Rev 20 terminator, and this means that you got to have about a 10-degree sun angle on the site to get good pictures. So that means it's a degree per rev, so that means that Rev 30 is the first time we can possibly do it.
And how does that conflict with the other activity?
That's not too swinging, like that's just about liftoff time.
Okay, but how about afterwards? Have we got an option afterwards to get it?
We go to bed that night. We take pictures of the impact. We can look as we take pictures of the limb impact, and we can look and see whether or not it'll be on the same strip. We may be able to get it on one strip there, but that's the only possibility. If we do when we do the plane change, it looks like it's going to put us out of reach of it. Plane change too.
So for now, you're looking at the limb impact time for S4B photos, but that it really remains to be seen where we're really going to hit.
That's right, Bud. We just trying to follow what FIDO gives us an impact point and time.
Okay. 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 Here's the updated one, Spence. Be sure you have the latest one.
Thank you, Blake.
Network, do you have anything for us?
No, we're still working on our Honeysuckle computer, but that won't affect us for a while.
Okay. Anything else, Dave?
No, that's all.
Okay, FAO and other people in the room who are interested, there are 2 meetings that are going on today to my knowledge. One of them has to do with what we should do about reading the SHE on the cockpit gauge, whether at some value we should read the TM out and what that value is, and thirdly, what might else could be talked about in this area if the SHE is running high. That meeting is going on this afternoon at 1 o'clock, I understand, and the people in the span will know more about it if you want to find out some more. I assume that is getting FAO coverage. Do you know that it is, Spence?
Flight, right now, no, that isn't. And the reason is that other meeting is also at 1 o'clock.
That's right, the one I didn't mention yet. There's a meeting at 1 o'clock also on the photo plan for lunar orbit. I don't quite understand the intent of the meeting. I got a list of things which were effect deletions from the flight plan that you fellows put out right before the launch. Do you know the purpose of this meeting? Go over all that and see that everybody agrees, or what?
That's right, Flight, essentially. That is our position, and those are the items that have been gone over with Jack and Mr. Slayton, and
all right,
agreed on by them.
So you're going to go to this meeting. I'd like to hear the results.
Bob Lindsay is going to the meeting, and he's going to come back in here and give me the results right after the meeting.
Bob Lindsay's going to the photo.
Roger.
Okay. GNC Flight.
Go ahead, Flight.
Would you call back to Span and be sure that some of our LEM guys know about this meeting on the SHE this afternoon and the appropriate coverage is there?
Certainly.
I assume that some of our guys will be at it. I'd like to be sure they know about it, though.
Flight FAO.
Go ahead.
Where is this 1 o'clock meeting for the SHE?
Do not know.
Okay.
You can find out.
Don Arabian. Okay.
Don Arabian's.
Flight Span will be in Don Arabian's office.
There you go.
Here.
Larry, is that you?
That's Raj Flight.
Do you know if the LEM guys will be there?
Yes, they will.
Okay, thank you. That is to say that the LEM operator's out here, so they'll know what's being talked about.
It's affirmative.
Okay, thank you.
John Wagner and Nance will be there.
Fine. Okay. Does anybody have anything else they want to bring to the attention of the room today as we get started here? We got about a half hour to wake up, and it's a reasonably quiet day. Anybody got anything?
This is Ecom.
Okay.
A note of clarification. There seems to be maybe a little doubt in your mind about what we were talking about on the margins for the hydrogen.
Yes.
Okay. Let me say again that we're talking about the predicted line for the H2 usage, which would accommodate a single tank return from the worst point. Although it's powered down to an average of 40 amps from that point.
Clint, have you got all that plotted? I assume
Right.
you do. Why don't you call my attention to it the next time you have it up, okay? I want to look at it and get a hard copy.
Okay.
Okay, does anybody have anything else? Okay, Fido, you'll bring us a little map there with your impact points time tag as you go along here, right?
Right, fine.
Thank you. Okay, Joe, you got everything you need?
Think so.
Assume so.
Flight network.
Go ahead.
We need to do a little work on a TV system, and it may affect the iodophores. We may lose our displays on there, but they'll bring them right back up.
Okay, everybody copy that. Go ahead. GNC flight or span flight, either one. I want to talk about LEM subject. You asked Larry Cannon or Brooks to come up on the loop.
Right.
Flight did you call span?
Yeah, Mel, listen, I just mentioned something to Gene, and I'd like to know if it's resolved. There was a discussion pre-launch about pulling a certain circuit breaker associated with, I think, the signal conditioning equipment in the LEM.
Yes, sir. That is resolved, and they decided not to do it.
Okay, wipe that out of my mind, huh?
Right. We have paperwork on that they decided not to do that.
Okay, Mel, thank you.
You bet.
That's what Gene knew. I hadn't heard that latest story.
Okay.
Thank you. Pecan plate. Good, fine. The primary evap worked fine, didn't it? Until it was secured.
That was best we could tell it did. That's right.
Okay. What time? What GET did it get turned off?
It's about 8 hours. Let me.
Okay, that's close enough.
Flight Fighter.
Go ahead.
Be advised, the S4B impact I passed you does not have this perturbation included in it, and we don't expect to have that new answer for at least another 2 to 3 hours.
Okay, I gave that to somebody. They're going to get back to me, yeah. Okay. Does not have that
perturbation, and we'd estimate about 5 foot per second by comparing the pre and post perturbation data.
Okay.
And that's normally a pretty good approximation.
That occurred at approximately 20 hours or 19 hours?
1917, it looks like.
Okay.
This was almost a step function.
You'll have that vector in when?
Probably 3 hours flight.
Okay.
Which way might that be expected to move the IP, or don't you have any idea?
I couldn't even guess.
You don't know whether it was retrograde or not?
No, it's very hard to tell. It seemed to have made the vehicle go faster, and I really couldn't tell you which way that was. Now, be advised, that is only what we saw. That was along the line of sight of Missman. There may have been more in other directions.
That's all you saw in the Doppler.
Right. Mm-hmm. So the DC can give us a lot different answers than just that Doppler would indicate.
Mm-hmm. And per our last 2 weeks of discussion, you're an expert on that subject, right, Otto?
I'll try to maintain a full knowledge of all that, but...
Okay. Capcom flight. Joe.
Surgeon recovery model, please.
Flight 5.
right, sir. I'm going to be using air to ground tube to run their ground interface test with Texas in just a moment.
Okay, I have that punched off.
All right, sir.
Flighty-com.
Go ahead, Clint.
Okay, we've been noting here for the last 5 minutes or so very erratic potable water indication. Looks like, if we believe the indication, it would look like about a gallon of water had gone out of the tank, but it's very erratic. It looks like something that we've seen before on a potable water transducer. Sometimes in the past, we've seen them do this. Although it is about the point in time when we would expect them to be using a considerable amount of water because of breakfast and housekeeping procedures and so forth.
Is a gallon excessive?
No, I'm saying we don't believe the transducer at this point. It's very erratic.
Okay.
Flighty-com. Yeah, it's back up to about normal now. This is the sort of thing that we have seen previously. But this is the first time on this mission that we've seen it act this way.
How many percent did it go down?
70%, thereabout. Right.
Flight 5.
Okay.
I'm talking to the mid-course people, but back in the back room, they estimate about 1.5 feet per second air would have done at TLI, given us this change in the mid-course magnitude.
Okay.
So it's not very much. It's almost in the identical direction of the nominal mid-course, and all we've done is increase the X component a little bit to make a little more flight path angle change than nominal. That's about all.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very much in the noise of TLI.
or salvage it.
Capcom flight.
Go flight.
Joe, the other thing that you may not have heard is we would like to keep this debriefing approximately at the time it is, rather than bring it up earlier, you know, because we're bringing in a number of people over at HOSC to hear this thing, and if Jim come up and wanted to do it 2 hours earlier, they probably really wouldn't be ready over there. I don't know if you'd heard that before or not.
I heard it informally yesterday.
Okay.
And the only thing I'll do is to read up the 3 extra questions.
Okay.
Surgeon recovery, now please.
surgeon or econ flight?
Go ahead.
Econ here.
As soon as you see any indications of people waking up, let me know, okay?
Yes,
We just saw a urine dump flight.
Okay.
we think they're up flight. Not one of you.
Okay.
Good morning, 13. This is Houston. How are you?
Radio mounted, clear. And we had fairly good news.
Okay, real fine. At your leisure, you can give us radiation reports, I guess, and we're getting a consumables update together for you and a few other little details whenever you're ready to talk about the only major thing on the spacecraft is that it's been getting farther away.
Okay, well, that's to be expected, I guess.
Yeah.
This is Apollo Control at 23 hours, 12 minutes, ground elapsed time. Apollo 13 now 99,589 nautical miles out from Earth. Velocity continuing to decelerate, now showing 5,453 feet per second velocity. Spacecraft Commander Jim Lovell just called Houston about, some 12 minutes past the scheduled wake-up time. It had been decided here in Mission Control to let the crew sleep as long as they wanted to this morning because it's a rather relaxed day. We'll play back the tape now of this first few sentences of conversation and rejoin any subsequent conversation live. And we're starting to charge battery A, Houston.
Roger on battery A, Fred. ECOM says battery B looks real good.
Okay.
Flight Econ.
Go ahead.
Okay, for information, Fred was on call last night, and he was over in the left-hand seat. And if you want our radiation readings, we, I guess, goofed. We left them all in the suits, which are not nicely tucked away. We're going to get out Jackson in an hour or so anyway. We'll get his dosimeter out if you want to get the reading on that one.
Okay, Jim, that'll be satisfactory. And in exchange for that, surgeon would like to have a rough number of hours each of you slept and a qualitative verb to describe whether it was good, fair, or poor.
Okay, stand by. Okay, Houston, we had an average around 5.5 hours last night.
Jim, Houston, your comm got pretty garbled there just as you started to talk.
Flight Econ. So, get a chance here, we'd like to confirm that they cycle fans in both the O2 and H2, if we get a chance to ask them that. We saw it in H2, but we never saw anything in O2.
Then you want to do that?
Right.
Okay, Houston, Apollo 13.
Okay, 13, you're loud and clear again.
We averaged about 5.5 hours sleep apiece, and we're estimating that the sleep was good.
Okay, copy that. Let's see what else we got for you, Jim. Mid-course 2 looks like about 23 feet per second, approximately retrograde and on time. And it's holding real firm there. For your information, and you don't need to copy this down because it's still pretty soft, but we have an S4B impact of about 8.57 south and about 33.9 west, which is a little west and a little south of the flight plan value. We have it at a GET of about 77 plus 51, which is just before AOS on the LOI pass, or a little bit late. And as I say, it's still pretty soft, and we'll be updating you with firm numbers.
That's fine, Joe, just as long as it's in cone crater.
Okay. And I'll have a consumables update for you in a little while. And I have a small flight plan update for you sometime a little later on when you're ready to copy. There's no big deals in it.
All right, Roger.
Joe Econ would like to know if they cycle the O2 fans.
And 13, Houston, we'd like to verify that you cycled the O2 cryo fans. We saw the H2, but we didn't see the O2 get stirred up.
Yeah, Joe, we did, and kind of looked like we might have had a little stratification because right after we put them on, we had a cryo press light.
Okay, Ecom told me that might happen, and he was right.
We think there was an H2 pressure at the time. We copied all that.
Okay, that indicates not much stratification in O2.
That's from it.
If I may be allowed to make an Ecom conclusion there. Leave a guy? You didn't hear me.
We'll give you that privilege.
Okay.
Flight GNC.
Go ahead.
When we get the opportunity to talk to crew here, and we'd like to have them return the attitude set switch to the GDC position.
We did this once earlier, about 5 hours in the mission, and we'd like to, I guess, some further words we'd like to have go with that.
Okay, Joe, we're ready to come to your flight plan update.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Jack.
Flight, I haven't got the consumables update yet.
Coming up, Flight.
The flight plan update has a couple of items in it, and the first one we'd like to do is to update the TFM values in the GNC checklist on page G9-2. These are fairly small changes, but in case you need them, we'd like you to have the exact numbers. Over.
Okay, just a minute. I'll get it out. Joe, is that the GNC checklist, page 9-2?
That's affirmative. GNC, page G9-2.
Go ahead.
Okay. On that page in line 04, column B, change the number from 03366 to 05253. Over.
5-3.
Okay, and in line 05, column B, change from 11000 to 33661. Over.
33661.
Okay, that's right. The only other thing I've got for you, Jack, is 3 additional questions for the booster systems debriefing, which is to take place at about 25 hours, and thought we'd pass these questions up to you early so you can consider them. Over.
Okay, we're ready to copy.
Okay, the first extra is, and let me get the original question, because this question says more specifically on item 2, and item 2 says, were there any significant changes in the noise vibration level during a single stage of powered flight? Specifically, describe your observations during the early S2 center engine cutoff and approximately 90 seconds prior to TLI cutoff, you reported a high vibration in the S4B. We'd like you to describe the buildup of this vibration and its behavior through cutoff. Over.
Okay, essentially what you'd like us to talk about is the vibration sequence during the early S2 cutoff of the center engine, and also describe the vibrations that we encountered during the S4B TLI burn. Is that correct?
That's it. Okay, the second extra question is for you, Jim, and it says, comparing this flight with your ride on Apollo 8, were there any significant differences in the powered flight environment?
Okay, we'll describe a comparison with 8 and 13 as far as powered flight goes.
Roger, and the last additional question is, what did the ordeal ball look like during TLIs? You know, we passed you an update to that setting, and we'd like to know whether it was riding right on 0 or what during the burn. Over.
Okay, we'll do. We'll describe the ordeal ball.
Okay, that's it, and that's the whole flight plan update. I have a consumables update now if you want to listen to that.
Okay, Joe, we're ready to copy.
Okay, at 23 hours, the total RCS is 1121. Quad A is 274. Quad Bravo is 286. Quad Charlie is 274.
Okay.
Quad Delta is 287.
If we don't do the mid-course, the flyby delta
and the trials are as follows. H2 tank 1, 83%.
If we do the
H2 tank 2, 86%.
Let me write this down.
O2 tank 1, 87%.
If we don't do the
O2 tank 2, 87%.
If we don't do it, fly by LOI, if we don't do the mid-course, the flyby to LOI minus 5 is 302
Okay,
feet per
Joe,
second, 305.
we got all those, and how do we compare with where we should be in the timeline?
As I understand it, Jack, you're running slightly ahead of nominal in both those areas.
Okay, real fine.
You
no
understand
problems.
it right. Okay, Retro, go ahead.
Okay. Now we were saying that without the mid-course 2, without doing the hybrid, the flyby delta V to the MPL is 305 delta V.
Yep.
If we do the mid-course 2, the PC plus 2, this is a dip slack PC plus 2, the minimum delta V, fuel critical, is 159, just to get back in the
And
car.
13 Houston, that's all the business I got right now. I have a little
and also
news plan of the day for you if you feel like listening to that a little later on.
Liftoff plus 35 pad coming to you. We move 10 degrees east.
10 degrees east. What's the launch speed?
155 west.
Stand by 1, Jim. You're coming in garbled again.
Gaptown flight. Joe, if I were here, I might ask whether there's change in the landing site for this pad and then the end of the mission, and the answer is this storm is about 20 degrees south of the expected of the end of mission landing point. There's no problem. They really expect it to go further south. Might bring it up to owner's mind.
Flight procedures are on a checkpoint here.
Okay, everybody, how about a checkpoint? You've already checked it.
Perfect.
Go ahead.
Houston, 13.
Okay, 13 Houston, loud and clear again. Go ahead.
Okay, Joe, on the news, Jim would like to hold off a little bit on that, and I want to make a request to FAO, if he would, sometime during the day when we have get a flight plan update with those activities we agreed to make optional during lunar orbit, and the few activities we were going to delete. It seems that I forgot, left that card back during the pressure suiting. I left it in the suit room.
Okay, Wilco.
Okay, Jack, I understand FAO is working on that, and we'll have something for you later on.
That's right, Bud.
Okay, we're not in any hurry.
Roger.
Flight.
Yes.
You might tell him we plan to do that after 32 hours or so. After the photographs of Comet Bennett, when they get back to PTC, we plan to update
Tonight?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he said later, so. Joe, we'll do that tonight about 32 hours.
Bradford.
GNC flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Jack, you were telling me something about the
Raj.
GDC attitude set switch.
Raj, we'd like to request them that anytime they go to IMU position on it, for their ad set, that they return the switch to the GDC position. And the reason for that is that it loads down the resolvers, and it affects not only resolver loading them, but the telemetry also. It gives us about up to a 5-degree error.
Is it in the IMU now?
Yes.
It's on IMU. And, it gives you a 5-degree error on what your IMU readouts?
Right.
So is there any other effect? It affects the telemetry. It also affects his ball?
Well, it's putting excessive load on the resolvers. It's no big problem.
The IMU resolvers.
But yes, to the ball.
But all things being equal, you always want to return to GDC.
Yes.
What's it in now?
The ad set switch?
Yeah.
Is in the IMU position.
You want it to go back then?
We want it to go back to GDC.
Capcom play. Capcom play.
Go flight.
Did you copy that discussion, Joe? From
The attitude set to GDC?
Yeah. And
Raj, can we wait till after breakfast on
Sure, no problem.
Okay.
And reminder that we want to regularly return here because it puts a higher than normal load on IMU resolvers.
Understand.
GNC flight.
Good.
Okay to leave it that way while I eat here. Check.
Firm. Set point complete flight.
Okay.
Flight file.
Yeah.
Point of interest, at 30 hours elapsed, it would take us 1.6 feet per second to get back on a free return trajectory. So
even after the mid-course?
No, that would be before the mid-course.
Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. 30 hours GET.
Right.
1.6?
Right. Now that doesn't have an acceptable landing point, but it's free return.
Got it. Quarter control. Surgeon and Capcom flight.
Go ahead.
Go flight.
Now, on the dosimeters, did I understand that they packed them up with the suits and they're going to get one of them out? Is that correct?
That's correct, Flight. I checked with our radiation officer, and he advises that they can live with this. It's not ideal. We'd certainly like 3 of them if we could. I might suggest to the crew, at their convenience, they might break out the other 2 if they could.
Well, they'll be breaking them out at the moon.
Yeah, I know that. Sure.
Is that all right?
Well, it'll do.
Okay, and Joe, would you write down somewhere to remind them, or FAO, would you write down in your paperwork to remind them when they break the suits out at the moon and we pull the sooners out, because they ought to be out. All right, you already had it. Thank you, Spence. They are going to get the one out. They will get Jack's out.
Okay.
holding it for right now.
Yes.
Park, guys.
Go ahead.
Here's the 52.
Okay, OP52 time. Jack, GNC, what's your channel, please? Let me watch this.
Okay, the primary flight?
Yeah.
29.
Okay, Houston, 13.
We copy those gyro torque angles, sir.
You want him to torque?
Roger, torque.
Firm torque, Capcom.
Okay, Jack, we copy the angles. You can go ahead and torque them.
Okay, Joe, the time of torquing will be 23 hours, 47 minutes, 30 seconds.
We copy.
Guidance flight, what was the star angle there?
4 miles 1 plus.
Okay.
That 52 look good, Clark.
Okay. GNC flight, would you ask the span guys where the photo meeting is, or maybe you know, Spence? 226, what building? Oh, building 226, wherever that is.
That's the photo building right down in front of the crew gym, 226.
Okay.
Flight, FAO, take 2.
Houston, 13.
13 Houston, go ahead.
For information, Joe, we're all configured back again now to our regular seating position, so if you're monitoring this.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
Didn't the surgeon want to know who was plugged in last night? Do we know that yet? Capcom and surgeon flight?
Go ahead, Flight.
Do you know yet who was plugged in last night?
Yes, sir. It was Fred Hayes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Surgeon recovery, knowledge.
Booster from flight?
Go, Flight.
I'm going to ask you a question. No, you know offhand, why is it that the S4B wasn't arranged to be impacted further east than it is, or are we impacting as far east as we can with the Delta V available?
No, we had a lot more capability than that flight. About all I can tell you, we got this landing, we got the coordinates from headquarters. I'm not sure exactly what all went into that.
Maybe it had to do with proximity to the LSEPs.
Well,
I'm
definitely.
getting a yes on that.
Yeah, it definitely did.
Uh-huh.
But,
Well, that's true. That being the main purpose of it, the photography was the second thing.
Well, yeah, that came up late, really.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that came up after we'd already decided on landing point.
Spencer Gardner.
1 second. Gardner.
Hey, Spencer.
This is Apollo Control, continuing to monitor the air ground from Apollo 13. Crew now in breakfast period. About an hour from now, the launch vehicle systems performance debriefing will be carried out between the crew of Apollo 13 and the flight controllers here in the mission control room. Additional questions over the ones that were pre-planned and included in the flight plan will be passed to the crew from the booster systems engineer. The philosophy being that many of the debriefing items can be carried on in flight during rather quiet periods of the coast phases of the flight, and thereby reduce the amount of debriefing done after recovery. Spacecraft now 102,342 nautical miles out from Earth. Velocity now 5,345 feet per second. Ground elapsed time now 24 hours, 5 minutes. Apollo Control continuing to stay live in anticipation of the morning news being read up by spacecraft communicator Joe Kerwin to the crew. And a rather quiet day, all in all, coming up at 30 hours and 40 minutes with mid-course correction burn number 2, which is the hybrid transfer maneuver to take the spacecraft out of the free return trajectory and place it in a non-free return, but still within the capability of the propulsion systems of the spacecraft to get back onto a free return. Parasention, should this maneuver not be made, would be 252 nautical miles above the moon. Post-burn, it's more in the neighborhood of 60.2 nautical miles if the maneuver is done on time and with the desired velocity change. 24 hours, 6 minutes, continuing to stand by.
Whitey, huh?
Go ahead.
Okay, if you want to pull up channel 58, we can talk about the hydrogen here a minute.
The hydrogen. Okay.
Okay, this is not very clear and readable. It's really not what we meant to present to you, but I think it tells you more what you're interested in at this time. What we have on there is the solid line, and we're talking about the hydrogen in the upper graph. The hydrogen is, the red line is in the solid line there.
With it.
And we're showing above that the two tanks.
Yeah.
And the delta between the tanks, you see how it's relatively constant.
I can't read the line, though. Is that the 1.4 you were referring to before total?
Well, it's a total of 1.86.
1.8.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you look at the rates, you'll see that we are increasing or improving our situation with time. For both tanks.
Yep.
The total and either tank is improving, you see.
Okay.
For this is only from 12 to 24 hours, so you could go back and look at the first 12 hours, which is something similar to this.
Okay.
But I think this is the thing you were interested in, what tanks were doing with respect to each other and with respect to the red line, and that's it. Now, if you're interested in the oxygen, it's down below there.
No, I'm okay on oxygen. I'm just worried about hydrogen.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Hello there, Houston, 13.
13 Houston, go ahead.
Guys, we forgot. We'd like to hear what the news is.
Okay, there's not a whole lot to it. Well, let's see. We'll start with the. Let's start with sports. What the heck? The Astros survived 8-7. The Braves got 5 or 6 runs in 5 runs in the 9th inning, but they just made it. And in the other important game of the day, the Cubs were rained out. I have all the rest of the scores. You can tell me if you want any of them. They had earthquakes in Manila and other areas of the island of Luzon.
There were 3 tremors, and they kept the building shaking for about a half an hour or so, and it was about a 5 on the Richter scale. Okay, let's see. The Beatles have announced they will no longer perform as a group. The quartet is reported to have made in excess of $500 million during their short musical career. However, rumors that they will use this money to start their own space program are false.
Hey, we can borrow some.
Okay. West German Chancellor Willy Brandt, who witnessed your launch from the Cape yesterday, and President Nixon will complete their round of talks today. Brandt reportedly came to the U.S. to seek assurance from the President to go ahead with talks with the Eastern European nations, especially East Germany, Poland, and Russia. Many air traffic controllers are still out, but reports indicate that they are slowly returning to work, and you'll be happy to know that the controllers here in the Moker are still on the job. Go ahead.
I just said thank goodness for that.
Okay. Some truck lines are being struck in the Midwest, and the school teachers have walked off the job in Minneapolis. Today's favorite pastime across the have you guys completed your income tax?
How do I apply for the extension?
Yeah, Joe, I gotta. Hey, that ain't too funny. Things kind of happen real fast down there, and I do need an extension. I didn't get mine filed. I'm really serious. Would you?
You're breaking up the room down here.
Time in it.
We'll
I may be spending time in it. I may be spending time in another quarantine besides the one that they're planning for me.
We'll see what we can do, Jack. We'll get with recovery and see if we can get the agent out there in the Pacific when you come back. By golly, let's see. In professional basketball, the Knicks beat the Milwaukee Bucks 110 to 102. And Billy Casper is leading the Masters after 54 holes with a 208. And spring football practice is in full swing. And that's about all the news we got. The updated plan of the day for you guys. The uniform will be service dress in-flight coverall garments with swords and medals. And tonight's movie shown in the lower equipment bay will be John Wayne, Lou Costello, and Shirley Temple in the flight of Apollo 13. Over.
Outstanding. Houston, this is 13. Is it true that Jack's income tax return was going to be used to buy the ascent fuel for the launch?
Well, considering that he's a bachelor and hasn't got that deduction to take, yeah.
Hey, Joe, I'm glad you brought that up because I was really serious about that.
Okay, Jack, we'll take care of it. Tom Stafford says he'll get an extension for you.
Okay.
And Jim McDivitt says, yeah, now that you mention it, he forgot to fill the ascent stage.
Suspicious confirmed.
Should give you very good performance on descent.
You should have a lot more hover time, huh?
That's right. Okay, crew, about the only other thing I've got for you right now is an update to your P-37 pad for liftoff plus 35. This is a change to the pad we gave you yesterday. The reason for the update is for weather avoidance in the mid-Pacific landing area at 70 hours, which is the return time for this pad. And in case the question arises in your mind, we don't expect any problem there for the end of the mission. The the weather area is 20 degrees south of your end emission landing point, and it appears to be moving to the south.
Okay, Joe, I'm ready to copy that.
Okay, GET of ignition is 03500. Delta VT 7883. Longitude -155. And the GET 400K 06954. Over.
GETI is 03500, 7883, -155, 06954.
Okay.
And the attitude set to GDC, Joe.
Flight GNC?
Joe.
He's corrected there.
Okay. Thank you. See, I was worried about you.
Thanks, Mark.
And Houston, Jack's going to try get down in the suit now for practice himself, and when he gets it out, we'll give you a discipline read.
Okay, real good.
Flight FAO.
Yeah.
The only thing that they've missed so far in the timeline is reporting the LMC and Delta V. And if they don't do that here in the next half hour or so before the press conference, maybe we ought to prompt them.
Okay.
just taking another update on the CSM. Essentially no change. We're showing any update.
Okay.
And we're going to get our best guess on the S4B here shortly for the booster tanks, and this would be reflecting as well as it can, at least in the short data arc, the dispersion we saw back at 19 hours.
Current best guess.
Right. And I just off the top of my head from looking at this data, it looks like probably we did see some more viscosity out of plane too.
Okay, booster, you copy that?
Yeah, we've been talking about it.
Frankie, it'd be of note to try to figure out what that is, you know, if you want to continue to impact these things accurately.
We're going to pursue
something in there is probably bled down or leaked or something.
It turns out to be about the time when we lost the platform, and the platform bottomed out. I'm not real sure how
that should be part of Delta V.
Well, it might, because the attitude control structure is fired.
Was one X module out, perhaps? You only had one on?
That could be, too. We don't know.
You're out of PM, of course, for some time.
Right.
Okay. You got everything in the back of the street?
Yeah, like they're having our talkers up there in talks right now. Let me check it.
Well, okay. That looks like you get some positive. Already.
That's still not.
Houston, Apollo 13.
13 Houston, go.
Okay, we've retrieved Jack's dosimeter and it's reading 02022.
I didn't read that.
Okay, we copy 02022 on the dosimeter, Jim.
That's perfect.
Channel Delta P if they're anywhere near it, Capcom.
Say again, what?
The LEMCM Delta P reading, if they're anywhere near it.
Okay. 13 Houston, at your convenience, we'd like the LEMCM Delta P reading.
And that reading is 0.65.
Copy, 0.65, thank you.
Copy that, ECOM. That's right. Is that about on schedule?
Just about it. The last hack we had was 0.5, I believe.
Yeah, okay, that's what the numbers are, but is that about on schedule?
I'll get a better feel for that, but I believe that's just about on the money. Flight Buster.
Go ahead.
That conference is still going on up there. It's okay if we just stand by here for a little while? We could get going, but all the people won't be there, so...
Yeah, we'll stand by.
Okay.
Flight Battle.
Go ahead.
I've been talking to Boosting. I just thought I'd brief you here a little bit on this S4B thing. We've taken up all the data to date on the S4B. Now, this is after that little glitch. But we don't have... It represents 5 hours of data, but only about an hour of that data represents what we'd like to call reasonable geometry. Okay. But we're seeing not only the 5 foot per second in plane that we saw along the Mesne line of sight, but we're also seeing almost 10 foot a second out of plane.
Okay.
And based on all that, and again, a very preliminary thing, but it's moved our IP almost 8 degrees north.
Oh.
Yeah, but like I say, it is pretty weak geometry. And it's probably even too preliminary to announce to the world, but
okay,
sure did move us north.
Okay. Well,
and the way we processed the data essentially was by tightening down on position, because we did know that real well, and let velocity tell us what it wanted to. And it's very similar to what we're doing in the DOI case, if we want to apply it there. But it certainly seems to have moved our IP a great deal.
Okay.
But it's...
didn't move a longitude any.
No, it didn't. Longitude stayed... well, it moved a little bit, but it's still 32 degrees west. Right.
That's what we needed to get moved. But okay.
It seems to be almost closer to the target than we've been, if I can say that.
Well, you took my map back, Rhino.
Roger.
So you're the only one who can say that.
It's on channel 64, Mike.
Okay. It is.
See where it says Apperburn?
Yeah.
That's Apperburn plus glitch.
The other one was down south.
Yeah, right down on the left-hand, lower left-hand corner there.
Okay.
Dr. Spear's call now, right?
Say again?
Dr. Spear's call now. Let me get back. We'll set up a conference, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Flight Booster.
Go ahead.
Okay, we just had a briefing with HOSC. They have a couple additional questions we'd like to pass up to the crew.
Got them written?
On my spec sheet here. Can I read them to you?
Yeah, and then give a written copy to the Capcom. Go ahead and read them.
Okay, relative to the...
Wait a minute, before you read them, have these been approved by everybody?
I just got them from Huntsville Flight.
Okay, but have they been discussed with Rocco Patron in that discussion they were having?
I'm not sure whether... Let me check and see.
Well, okay, read the question. Have somebody do that, will you, while you read the other ones, or vice versa.
Okay.
Capcom, you ready to copy these? They'll give you a copy, too.
I just got the word flight that those were not coordinated with Dr. Patron.
They were not?
No.
Okay, well, I want to coordinate them before we read it.
Okay.
But what are they?
One question, was there any...
Capcom, stand by. Capcom, you with me?
Flight Capcom, go.
There are a couple new questions. They have not been completely approved yet, but Frank's going to read them here on the loop and then give you a copy of them. Go ahead.
Okay, one question was relative to the vibrations. Wanted to know, Dr. Reese wanted to know if there was any damage to the spacecraft at all that anybody could tell.
Okay, the answer to that is no, but...
Okay. And there was a question that...
You don't really want me to ask him that, do you? I mean... All right, we'll write it down.
You haven't observed any, is the answer.
No, we haven't observed any, and the crew hasn't reported any.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, we're not even sure how much you can cut, but go ahead.
Okay, the other additional question was, did the crew notice the PU shift during the S2 burn?
Yes, as a matter of fact, they reported it, did they not?
I didn't copy any report flight from them.
I thought I did.
I announced it.
I don't recall them. Yeah, I recall boosters saying it, but I don't recall the crew saying it.
Okay, we'll ask them.
I didn't call the crew at PU shift, so I'll bet.
As I recall, Joe, they said it at the same time Booster said it in here, but I may be wrong.
I guess we can ask them that one.
That's it, Frank. Rest of them are...
On the question of damage to the spacecraft, Frank, we haven't observed anything at all. I mean, the crew hasn't reported anything.
Okay. Well, let me just pass that back and see if that's sufficient, okay?
Yeah, would you please?
Plenty, Doc.
Go ahead.
You got a plot here on Delta P if you want to look at it.
I'll get with that in a minute.
Okay.
Flight Booster.
Go ahead.
Okay, that answer is fine with them on the damage to the spacecraft, that there was none, and they're happy with that.
Okay.
And we're ready to proceed now with questions to the crew.
Well, wait a minute. You all owe me an answer to what the commander's going to ask us about the S2 engine.
Oh,
is that coming to me here anytime soon?
Not in writing. I have what has come out of the conference there with Dr. Patron. Yes, that's what
Okay,
I'd like to pass on.
Joe, are you ready to copy this?
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, the vibrations during S2 burn were similar to what they have seen in the past, especially on the last mission, Apollo 12. At about 340 to 350 seconds into flight, there were bursts of vibrations that exceeded about 20 Gs for about 0.5 of a second. This is higher at that time than they've ever seen before.
Were these longitudinal? Or unspecified?
Unspecified. The frequency was about 16 CPS. Okay, these vibrations caused a LOX pump cavitation momentarily, which also reflected in the chamber pressure, caused the chamber pressure to decrease momentarily to the point where the thrust OK switches dropped out and shut the engine down.
Okay.
And that's the status as of this time. It obviously was a safe shutdown. They're reflecting no engine damage whatsoever. Again, the thrust OK switches just dropped out and shut the engine off.
Okay, again, this is, even though they've looked at the evidence, you still have to consider this preliminary, right?
That's correct. We have no data on the TLI burn, as you're aware. Although the crew reported some vibration, which we copied, we don't have any data to say anything.
Right. That was all out over the rise.
Right. Flight piston. Okay, the data is preliminary. We are sure it seems that the vibration definitely was a problem. We'd like to not quote any numbers at this time. The point being that the vibration did cause the thrust OK switches to drop out and shut the engine down. And there was no other hardware damage that we're aware of. Did you copy that, Gary?
I'm hearing two guys. Thanks. Just a minute. booster flight. Go ahead, Frank, is that line patched up also for Mr. Godfrey?
Yes.
She wanted it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Is that all working? All right.
I'll check with the parameter.
Good.
Just one last thing on this S4B. The only history data that I've seen on this stuff is that the Doppler tends to overcorrect. Okay, and we've seen this on transverse coast a lot, where it'll drastically change things. And
Just short arc hole.
Well, they generally start to work back closer to where they were before once you get in there.
Okay. I have only one comment. I bet that's not the last thing I hear about this S4B.
I don't think it will be. This is, of course, a lot larger maneuver than we're used to seeing. Normally the Doppler, the kind of dumps we do on transverse coast, see 2 and 3/10, and it moves things drastically, and then they come back. But
hey, Joe.
This one is big enough that may not happen.
Got a minute?
Okay. Is Reed still around, by the way?
Hey, there's a
I don't think so.
press deal tonight, or a show tonight, huh?
And sure Ken Russell doesn't get away. I want to talk with him after this launch vehicle
what I wanted to check in about was to find out what special plans or requirements there are. Find out if I ought to be getting together with some PAO guy to talk about it. Do you have any feel for this?
That's required on this particular show is just a mid-course correction show, as I recall. Pretty much operating stuff. There's probably not going to be a whole lot of talk on it. But if it's anything like our TV show, PAO was reasonably interested in it. They prefer to go to blocks because they hear the chatter. But White talked them out of it yesterday because they think the blocks aren't very good.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't think there's any special communication problems at all with the running updating that stuff.
Okay. And who's going to be supplying those settings? Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah.
That looked okay. The only other input we had from that show was that they don't want a bright spot of sunlight shining directly into the camera. We did have that for a while. The sun was coming from the line.
Mm-hmm.
A real bright flare spot. If that happens, you might ask for the time to shift the camera so that it doesn't see that.
Okay. In other words, they just cut in on our normal loop. There's nothing out of the ordinary.
That's right.
Yeah. No special communications required or anything else. Yeah. Okay. And let's see. Oh, hey. I think I'm supposed to show at 2,900, and I think that's around 1,800, but I wanted to verify. That's 1,800 Central, but I wanted to verify that with you. Smith. Yeah, okay. Hey, that's 6 o'clock. I'll see you a little before that then, Joe. See you later. Bye.
Inco flight. Inco,
go flight.
would you monitor this debriefing now? And if we're just getting into a question and you're losing an Omni and we're going to scratch for a while, why don't you give us a delay?
Okay,
for 30
will do.
seconds or whatever is right.
Okay. We're coming up on a switch here just a few minutes.
Booster, is everybody all set down there? And you have all the comm patched the way you want it?
Right.
Okay. Anything new?
Oh, we're just standing by.
We have a copy of what's being released and it doesn't. That time we're all in readiness for this debriefing, anytime we want to do that.
Okay, flight, I'll get the call.
Who's calling flight?
I'd like to start. They got some old mess.
Apollo 13, Houston, over.
Roger, we're thinking together. We're here, for your call.
Okay, you were a little broken up there, Jim, but I think it's getting better. We're ready for the launch vehicle systems debriefing whenever you are.
Okay, Houston, Apollo 13, you were cut out again. Say again, please.
Roger, Jim. We're ready for the launch vehicle systems debriefing whenever you are. Over.
Okay, stand by one. Okay, Houston 13, in answer to question 1, the changes in noise level occurred mainly between the first stage and the other stages. The other stages were about the same in noise level, very quiet. With the first stage, of course, made quite a bit of noise in the beginning, but which built up during high Q and then went quiet just after high Q.
Okay, copy that, Jim.
Flight booster.
I might mention that the noise level during the first stage was not sufficient to be uncomfortable at all.
We have being tape recorded here.
Roger, and I assume comm was okay.
That's confirmed. Comm was very good all during throughout the entire flight. Much better than I expected.
Okay.
Now, in answer to question 2, there was, of course, a vibration transient in the second stage that, due to the MP5 engine going out, which occurred shortly before the engine went out, and slightly after that, then the S2 stage was very smooth.
You said shortly before the engine went out, right, Captain?
Okay, Jim. I guess the significant point there is that you did notice the vibration before you saw the engine light.
That's right. We noticed the vibration, but it wasn't such much that we thought something catastrophic was going to happen. It just started vibration, and then the light came on, and then the vibration went away, and the stage itself was just moved.
Okay, copy that.
Yeah, that was all pretty short span.
Why don't you tell them what we have there,
Second
Joe?
or so before and like a second afterwards, Joe.
Roger.
And on the S4B, the vibration of the vehicle itself was about the same from its powered flight, a very high frequency vibration.
That was that just during TLI, or did you notice that at insertion?
Well, it was a high frequency vibration, but was more noticeable during the TLI burn than it was during the boost phase flight.
Okay, understand.
Frank, was that the complete TLI burn, the whole burn? You felt the vibration like that,
Joe? Right, we'll get back to that at the ninth question.
I guess the S4B vibration during TLI was there all the time, although it seemed to grow to us as the burn progressed, although that may have been just due to the weight decrease.
Okay, you called us about 3.5 minutes, but I guess the thing was slowly building up throughout the whole burn, right?
That's right.
Okay, was it uncomfortable, or did it cause your vision to degrade or anything like that?
No, it was not uncomfortable at all, but I was recalling the ride on 8, and the S4B was much more smooth on 8 than it was on 13.
Copy that.
Okay, now in answer to number 3, we did not experience any unexpected transients, except that all of us noticed the PU shift. We thought it was more pronounced than we had expected it to be.
Okay, understand.
Joe, on that, I guess most of every time a PU shift occurred, we all of us glanced at the engine light. We could feel definite acceleration change.
Roger, understand, Jack.
And during the high Q portion of the flight, the alpha meter, to my knowledge, never got above 25%.
Okay.
In answer to number 4, we got a pretty good look at the thermal shroud on the IU after taking the limb away, and from our viewpoint, the shroud was completely intact. We saw no loose particles or parts of it floating at all.
Okay, Jim, understand.
And I guess the answer to number 5, I don't think at any time do we have any communication problem during power flight.
Roger.
Slide into.
And answer number 6, the answer is essentially no. We saw no running or suspected leak on the limb or the CSM.
Okay, Jim. I guess you described to us the non-propulsive ending on the S4B after the APS maneuver, and we copied that at the time.
Okay, Fred saw the S4B.
Yeah, we had already talked about that, Joe, and that was also visible when it, of course, when it did its evasive maneuver, when we were looking at it right close up.
Roger.
Okay, Joe, the last time we saw the S4B positivity was when Fred saw it vanished about 5 hours. We think we might have picked it up later on. We saw a particle or something out there that was tumbling, which might have been the booster of one of the small panels.
Yeah, and when was that, Jim?
We're debating. It was somewhere between, say, 7:30 and 9 hours.
Okay.
But Joe, assuming the S4B is still stable, the object I was looking at was definitely tumbling.
Okay, Fred, as I recall, it was stable then, although it's tumbling now.
They're right, Don?
Yeah. Okay. That's probably what the slot panel I picked up.
Right. Incidentally, I guess the guys in building 6... Go ahead, Jim.
I think we answered number 9. We at around 5:32, I think, is when we think the number 5 light came on in the S2 at a definite vibration, which was more than just the high frequency vibration we got with the normal S4 burn. And then the light came on. I called Inco, thinking from the train that it was 7:42, and looked up at the time and realized it was early. And then soon after the light came on, the vibration stopped, and the engine of the booster smoothed down. It was very smooth from there on.
Did you say you're going to?
Okay. This may be a stupid question, but do you have any idea what the frequency of it was?
Only to say that it was much higher. I couldn't really guess now. It's a rather rapid longitudinal vibration.
Captain, have him stand by with this switching on.
Okay, Jim, stand by now for a minute. We're going to switch on.
Did we skip question 8 or did I? Maybe no back.
Houston, I read you. We still have quite a bit of noise on the loop.
I'll stand by a second.
Okay, Jim, it should be pretty good now. We copied you answering question number 9.
Do you want any more comments on the S4B vibration?
I don't think so. When you get all done, I'll make a quick check to see if the booster people have any additional questions. You skipped number 8, Jim. Could you go back to that for a second?
Okay, goodbye. Our only comment there, Joe, was that the burn on TLI, to our knowledge, was about 3 3/4 seconds longer than had been predicted, and that was the only thing that we already noticed. Otherwise, looked like VI was nominal and cut off.
Okay, understand.
Okay, I'm comparing the flight of 13 with Apollo 8. Liftoff was about the same amount of vibration as I noticed on 8, but at the beginning of the flight there was less of the sidewise motion that we experienced on Apollo 8. The S1C separation felt more violent on 13 than did 8. Maybe that's because I was in a different seat, I don't know. But, there was about 3 sharp transients, the cutoff and a couple of big bangs where we were going backwards or longitudinally on our straps before the S2 lit off. And the S2 was, of course, just as smooth on 13 as 8 except for the number 5 engine. And we did not experience the vibration that we experienced on 8 towards the end of the S2 burn. And the S4B had more vibration than we had on 8.
Okay, Jim, got all that.
The update on the ordeal ball was a good one. At the burn, we were just about 8 degrees. We had the pitch down. The yaw was right on all the way through the entire burn, and just towards the end of the burn, the ball started going to the black and pitch a little bit.
Okay, sounds good. We'll give Mike Wash a gold star on that one. Okay, Jim, stand by one while I see if we have any extra questions.
Light? Go. Do we have any, I don't know, extra questions? Justin?
Let me check, but I haven't heard any. Let me check and be sure.
Jim, while we're waiting to see if they have any more questions, I'd like to read you the booster people's preliminary analysis on the S2 cutoff. Over.
That'd be very interesting. Go ahead.
Okay, preliminary analysis of the data indicates that the center S2 engine vibrated at a somewhat higher amplitude than we've seen on previous flights, and it started at about 160 seconds into the S2 burn. As a result of these vibrations, the engine chamber pressure decreased to the level where the 2 low-level thrust sensors, the thrust OK sensors, initiated center engine cutoff. Early evaluation of data indicates that no damage occurred to the engine, and the cause of the increased vibration amplitude is still under investigation. Over.
I'm glad it was the center engine.
Yeah, right.
Right, Mister.
Okay.
One additional thing, the crew mentioned something relative to the cue ball, which we didn't copy.
Joe, do you have any word on what marks we had for TLI?
At the time of TLI, as I recall, you had 6 seconds longer than the nominal burn, which was 3 seconds longer than the 3 sigma low burn, and you were also go for a second opportunity TLI if we'd required one.
Okay, we were just wondering because it appeared to us that we had a longer TLI burn than had been predicted.
Yes, you did. We confirmed that cutoff time just about as you saw it, and I don't have an explanation for it, but it was within the 3 sigma margins.
That's right, Booster. The Huntsville didn't copy the question or the comment that was made about the cue ball.
Okay.
I thought he said he never got above 25% on the altimeter.
Flight Capcom, that's correct. That's what he said.
Okay. That's what I saw here too, by the way. Let me pass that back to him now. I think that might be it. Let me check see. Okay. Flight booster?
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you very much. Capcom,
13
thank
Houston.
you very much.
Go ahead. Roger, we have no further questions. All the answers were clear and satisfactory, and we thank you very much. You can press on with the rest of your busy day.
Right go.
Okay. Booster flight.
Go ahead, Frank.
Frank, we recorded all that. We'll get somebody to type it up for whatever that's worth. I'm sure it's recorded over in Huntsville, too.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
This is Apollo Control. The launch vehicle systems debriefing is just concluded. No further questions from the booster controllers passed through spacecraft communicator Joe Kerwin. Apollo 13 now 106,747 nautical miles out from Earth. Velocity continuing to slow down, now 5,179 feet per second. Spacecraft will reach the midpoint in distance, where it's equally far from the Earth to the spacecraft or from the spacecraft to the Moon, at ground elapsed time of 27 hours, 20 minutes, 49 seconds. At that time, it'll be 112,070 nautical miles both ways. To the Earth and to the Moon. Continuing to stand by on the air-to-ground circuit for further conversation.
FAO flight. Joe, how do you want to read these? Let me tell you this, Joe. They had this meeting on the photo plane, and it's all just as it was Friday. And it's summarized on the presentation that came out. The only question I have for you gentlemen is how can you read that to Joe? Do you want to do it by the solo book, or do you want to read it in some of the stuff? How do you want to do it? Why don't we give Joe the stuff and just think about it there whenever
We might go wait until the house like this to make sure it's all complete.
Okay,
the solo book marked up just right.
Okay, somebody marking up the solo book?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then I'll give it to you, Joe, and
I
you
also want to check this piece before we leave.
Fair enough. I've already done that. I'm very sure it's okay, but go ahead.
flight procedures. We're going to run a checkpoint here.
Okay, everybody, checkpoint here. Procedures already checked all that. Guidance flight.
Go ahead, Fly.
Well, why don't you ask Ken to come up here? We'll get a minute with John while we're here.
All right.
Flight Fighter, we have our checkpoint.
Robert, do I hear music in this room? Say again? Loud.
have a handover from Madrid to Goldstone at 26 hours down the last time. That's about 5 minutes.
Flight network.
Go ahead.
We'll be doing a handover from Madrid to Goldstone at 26 hours even.
Okay. Capcom flight.
Flight Capcom, I'd prefer not to bother the crew with that this time.
That's fair enough. Sometimes they ask because it usually gives them a noise in their headset.
GNC flight.
Flight GNC.
Jack, I haven't heard anything for a while about the PTC attitudes. Is that plot up on 65?
I believe it's up flight, but I don't believe it's kept up to date.
Okay, how close are we? Or off are we?
We're only off about 9 degrees off, and it's hanging right in there.
Okay.
Pitch is off about 20 degrees, I guess.
That much?
It's adequate for another 4 hours.
Okay. Flight Econ.
Yeah.
You were asking about the command module LM Delta P. You want to look at the curve now?
Oh, yes.
58?
58.
Okay, what we've got here on the ordnance, we have the LM command module Delta P pressure, and up the top it's 0, down at the bottom it's 20, 2. We have 3 points, which is not a lot to base a curve on, but that's all we have. Up at 0, you see there's a point there. And then along about 12 hours there's a point. Yep. And we just got one about 24 hours.
Yep.
And if things are as we would like for them to be, we would follow the curve such that when we got down to going into the limb, we wouldn't have to do any purging. So if we follow that curve, which it looks like generally we're going to do, we shouldn't have to do any more purging.
Purging of the...
For purging into the limb to make the atmosphere what it ought to be before entry.
Yeah. Okay. Now, is that dashed line, is that the nominal, or is that the, approximately what you think you are as a result of the 3 data points you got?
Well, that's what we would hope it is.
So it's the nominal.
Right, and the curves, the 3 points look like they're going to be somewhat along that curve.
Okay. That says the oxygen content in the limb is getting down to the point where when you repress it in the command module, you got the proper environment.
Right, we won't have to do any more of this.
Okay.
Houston, 13.
13 Houston, go ahead.
Okay, Joe, on window 5, I just picked up the tumbling object again, so for sure it must have been a slaw panel. I don't think we could still be in proximity to F4 at this time.
I don't think so, Fred. It's several hundred miles aft of you. 700 miles is the number, I'm told. And since the slot panel didn't make the mid-course correction, it might be it.
Yeah, it's, I can't really tell for sure, even through the monocular, that it is, but it looks same relative position to the stars, and best I can tell, about same intensity, so about same distance from it.
Can you see it tumbling? Does it have a shape, or is it a point?
No, I can tell it's tumbling as I guess the flat side not only facing me, it's not only much brighter, it's also grows larger.
Okay, very interesting. We'll see if we can figure out where that's at relative to you. They keep updating the S4 impact on us a little bit. The last guess we had was that it'll impact about the same longitude we gave you, but close to 0 latitude and a little bit later. You still won't be able to see it. And they're saying it might make
Roger.
They're saying it might make a 100 to 120 foot crater too.
It'll still be past the terminator for us for a while.
Right, it'll be at about the Rev 20 terminator, so it'll be late in your lunar orbit activities before you'll be able to photograph it. And FAO is looking at whether we can work that in or not.
Okay.
Okay. I show the S4B now about 750 miles.
Okay.
And he's leading it by about 460.
Yeah, that's what Joe told. He was the S4B was after him, and they had about 700.
He's above and ahead and to the right of the S4B.
Okay.
And I'm sure he couldn't see it that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think he could see it that far with his little monocular, could he?
Does that sound reasonable to be a slot panel?
Sure does. Just based on the fact that it should be essentially the same trajectory as they are, with the exception of maybe the explosive bolt delta V kind of stuff.
Yeah.
If I don't understand everything you said above, ahead, and to the. Did you mean to the right of the S4B, or did you mean to the left, looking from the north? I would think you'd be to the left of it, looking from above. Above?
CSM is leading the S4B. He's ahead of him, and he's to the right of him. But the
thing that I don't understand is
it's only like
20,
leading above and to the right. It's only like 20 some miles by this.
To the right?
Yeah, it's essentially almost in the same place.
Did they get to the moon at the same time?
Very close, looks like.
That's why I was asking my question. It would seem to me that
we're on the back side of the moon when the S4B impact.
It seemed to me we would be to the left of them. So, but
yeah, I'll talk to the guys about this relative motion thing. But this plane stuff in lunar and transmitting
I know.
It's very hard to understand.
That's what I was thinking.
I'll get back to you on it. Yeah, the CSM is to the right of the S4B, which puts it on their left, if you will.
The CSM. All right.
Okay.
To the right. S4B. All right. Okay. I believe you.
Okay. That all sound right to you?
Say again?
Doesn't sound right to you?
It's all right. You know, for 20 miles, I guess I can't tell.
Yeah, it's very...
It just seems that this CSM's going around the corner in the limit, and the S4B's hitting. It would seem to me it'd be off on our right.
Well, if you look at the present position, phi lambdas with respect to the Earth, they're almost identical in terms of feet.